Okay, guys. Today I'm going to try to project in the intro to HTML and CSS. I haven't looked at the project, so let me see what it is about. I went to the resume learning, clicked on resume learning, and it took me to the portfolio and nano degree page. And this kind of describes what the final project is about, I guess. Let me understand what this is about. It says this project is part of the front-end web developer nano degree portfolio. We are including it here so you can complete it independently for free. Okay, so because I'm not going through the nano degree, so I can still complete it, I guess. The project instructions. The project instructions and rubric you will get are identical to what nano students get. Okay, so looks like these two sections, the number 2 here, project description and project rubric, I think they'll be similar to what the nano degree students get. The difference is you're likely taking this course on your own and aren't getting any dedicated support. I don't need support, at least at this point. Of course, that means you will not submit your project for us for evaluation or earn a nano degree certificate. So this, I'll just do it locally, so I'm not going to submit it, I guess. However, you can still use the provided rubric to self-assess your work. Okay, so looks like the rubric is number 3, can be used to self-assess. Better yet, take this course with a friend and assess each other's work. I don't know if I'll have anyone to do this. I'll talk to my niece and see if she can evaluate mine, and I'll evaluate her stuff. We started the nano degree program because we recognize how hard it is to advance in your career and learn programming on your own. At the same time, we know there are many of you taking this course for free at your own pace. For your own purposes, we want and expect you to build and do great things. Wherever your journey, wherever you're on your journey, stay audacious and never ever stop learning. Okay. So it's some info about the program itself, I guess. So the next one, the project description, it talks about how to complete this project. The first thing says download the design mockup file from the downloadable section to your lower right hand corner and review it. What? Download the design mockup file from the downloadable section. Okay, this is the downloadable section, I guess, at the bottom, and review it. Okay, so let me save this file. Okay, so I'm going to save it. I created a folder called intro HTML CSS. I'll just move it there. That folder has nothing right now other than this will be the only thing that will be there, I guess. So I'll save it to that folder. Okay, and they're saying, oh, and review it. Okay, let me open it and review it. Okay, so this is the website they talked about in the previous 5, the 4, what do you call, in the coursework, they had 4 sections, I guess. In the 4 sections, they talked about it. So this is what we need to create, I guess. Okay. I thought they did this already. I don't know why we have to create the same project, but anyway. It has only 1 page, and this is it. So let me see. Identify the various boxes you will need to build in order to create this design. Okay. They talked about the different boxes. So looks like this first, there will be a shell block or the app block that will encompass everything. And within that, we'll have this header block. And the header block will have a image block and then a name block. And so it looks like this can be one block. And inside of it, there can be a name and a description block. This is the, sorry, this will be the logo block. And below that, they have a horizontal rule with some thickness. And then they have this image. So it looks like they said you want to make it responsive. And featured work, and also they said this will be H1 and this will be H2 and this will be H3. And this will be a responsive image. And they have more, they have 3 more images here. And each of those images has a title. Okay, oh, this will be H1, this will be H3, I think. Okay, anyway, we'll see what each one will be. But so this will most probably be a H3, this will be a H2. Oh, they have some color related stuff. Looks like the color for featured work is given here, this BCBBB. And the color for, what is that? Okay, the color for the rest of the text is 747704, I'm guessing. Okay, we looked at the design. Identify the various boxes you'll need to be in to create this design. Write your HTML and CSS files. Continue to iterate until your work is representative of the design mockup. Take time to personalize your portfolio with custom colors, additional content, and your own images. Validate your HTML and CSS against the W3C's validators. HTML5, okay. So basically they want us to write this. You can write it all straight in HTML. Okay. So I can do that. Validate your HTML and CSS against W3C validators. Okay. So looks like it'll throw these errors and we can ignore it. Sounds good. So we'll follow the directory structure they requested us to follow. So it'll simply be a CSS folder inside the main folder. And we'll have an index.html at the top, index.html. We'll have two folders, one called CSS, one called images. And then at the root, we'll have index.html. Okay, so let's get started. This is the design of it. I'm going to go ahead. I'm using for development, I'll go ahead and use. So let me make this a little smaller. I can see it better. me see if there is a property here itself. And I'll use the PDF's property, this PDF's property to make it smaller. I think this is good enough. I'm going to use the browser to do all the coding. So I created a folder called Intro to CSS already. So I'm going to go ahead and add that folder to the workspace. To add the folder to the workspace, I think, so this is a blank, to begin with, this is a blank Google Chrome. So to open developer tools, I can open developer tools multiple ways. I can go to more tools and go and open developer tools. I'm on a Mac OS, by the way. On Mac OS, this is how you open developer tools. And as I said, I can use this as an editor. So I'm going to go ahead and add a folder that I created. It's empty, and then we downloaded this portfolio PDF into it. So I'm going to go and add that folder. I have this. I'll go ahead and add this folder. It has nothing, as you can see. So I have to allow DevTools to access this. Okay, so now I can see the, as you can see now, I can see the files in the folder. It's nothing, there is nothing. So we wanted to create, I don't know if it'll let me create folders here. So it's not, so I'm going to open, for the basic structure, I'll just use a terminal to create it. So in my terminal, I'm going to go ahead, let me increase the font a little bit so you can see it better. On the terminal, in the terminal, I'll just go ahead and create a CSS folder, and I'll create a images folder to store my images. Okay. So these are the two things I'll store. And then let's see, do I have to refresh here? Is there a way to refresh? Open file, custom scripts. No, there is no way to refresh this. So there is no way to refresh the folder. So I'll just close it and go back in. So I'm thinking when I go back in, it'll auto refresh. It did not. How do I refresh? Okay, so let me close it and open another one and see if it does it any better. So I'll just remove it and re-add it somehow. Let me see if I re-add it, still not showing it. So let me Google it. Do I refresh here? Will it do it? How to refresh my folder in Google Chrome workspace? Oh, what is it called actually? Yeah, workspace. Set up persistence with DevTools workspaces. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, Google Workspaces. Empty the cache. Yeah. Emptying the cache didn't make a difference. Emptying the cache also didn't make a difference. Actually, I could have created it here itself. Huh? Let me see if I open an incognito window, will it help? And to open an incognito window, go to the developer tools. Nah, why is the developer tool stuck? So I'm trying to, okay, Command P. Refresh. There's no refresh. I'm pretty sure if I close all the windows, it will do it. But I don't know why I have to close all the windows. I thought there is typically a refresh button here. But anyway, so let me go ahead and actually there is a Google extension to start a server also. But besides that point, so let me go ahead and create an index.html. So my index.html will be a simple HTML. So I'll start with the typical doc type, which tells me my doc is a HTML5 document. I can start with a HTML and a HTML start tag and an end tag, and then I'll give it two spaces. I'll use two spaces all over the place. Then I'll have a head tag, and the head tag requires a title typically and a meta tag for what is that? Encoding UTF-8. I don't know. I forget encoding. Anyway, so I'll just go with title for now. I'll say title is intro HTML, intro to HTML and CSS portfolio project. I'll give it a big title like this. And I'll end the head tag for now. And then I will start with the body, and I will end the body. And in the body, I'll just say, hey, portfolio project for now. So let me save this, and then I think I should be able to open just the file. So let me see if I can open the file. Open file, I see this index.html. I'm going to open it. As you can see, I see the project file, which is good. Yes, it has something called, oh, maybe I need to put some files in it to show up, I think. So right now, the images folder has no files in it. I wonder if that's the reason they're not showing up. Okay. So let me go and put some files. I'll just say, so I'll just touch C in CSS. I'll say main.css. I'll put some CSS file there. I'll also say images. I'll put logo dot PNG. I'll say logo.png. Yep, now you can see that the file showed up automatically in the editor. I don't know if you can see, as soon as I typed that, they showed up. So it looks like that is a requirement. I think if the folder has no files in it, somehow this one is not picking it up. So that's okay. So if I expand it, I see the main.css. So I'll go ahead and I will go ahead and so this, for some reason, the keyboard is the touchpad is really sensitive. So anyway, so I will open. I will, for opening a style sheet, we do linkrel style sheet, and the name of the file, is it href? I keep forgetting if it's href or src. So linkrel, I'll put href and see if this works. Main.css. Right now, main.css has nothing in it. But let me save it and refresh and see what happens. So in console.errors, it's saying, oh, so it's complaining that main CSS is not found, which we kind of know why it's not found. I think this is in the CSS folder. If I go and refresh, now the error is gone. So let me see. Now I have a CSS file which doesn't work. I have a images file that has a logo.jpg, but the logo itself is nothing. So I can actually get this logo and put it here, and same thing, I can get this also and put it there, and all these logos I can capture it. Oh, I think they have a path to this also. Let me see if the path works. They're saying it's github.com. Okay, so basically they just gave a dummy path. I don't think this the path that's, oops, so let me open the file once more. Open file. Okay, so the file, the path they gave us here, which is github.com udacity appify, that path is not there. So I think in most desktops, you can do a screen print. So I'm going to use the, is it the shift command 4, I guess, to copy the logo. So I'm going to copy this logo as a PNG file. I don't think this will be perfect, but I think for this exercise it'll work because I don't have an image. I'm going to, this will put it on the desktop. So it copied the image to the desktop. Wherever it went. So it copied the image to the desktop. So I will go ahead and copy the rest of the images too. Control Shift F4. So it looks like they want us. This will be another PNG, I'm guessing. So we have 3 more images. I'm going to copy those images also. That didn't come out right, so I'm going to try it once more. I will try to copy this one also. And then I'll copy the last one also. On Mac OS, the Command Shift F4 lets you select an area and take a screenshot. I'm sure there is something like that on other operating systems, like let's say Ubuntu desktop, or on a Windows desktop. So anyway, so these are our icons. I don't want them here. I want them in my icons folder. Let me see if I can drag and drop it. Nah, I don't think it's letting me drag and drop it. So I'll have to use. I'll have to go back here and. Okay, so let me rename them first. So as you can see, the first one, this is the logo. So I'll just rename this to the logo. So I'll call it logo.png. I don't know if I need to give it an extension. Let me see. Yeah, no, it just took logo. And this one, so this one is the main picture, I guess. So I don't know what they call it. It's like the hero, I guess. So let me call it the hero. And then this one is the Appify one. So I'll call it Appify. And rename. This one is called Sunflower. Sunflower. I like all lowercase names. So I just name them with lowercase. The last one is called Bouquet. Okay, some names. So now I can go to and I can copy. I can go to my images folder and remove. I'll remove. So there is nothing in the images folder now. I'll just go ahead and move stuff from my desktop. I'm guessing they'll be all PNG files. Let me see. Move them to the current folder. Yep, as you can see, they all disappeared. Now they should show up here. Yep, they all show up here. So we have access to all of them. So now let's go back to our developer tools. In the developer tools, I should see, when I expand images, I should see all of them, I'm hoping. Yep, I can see all of them. If I open it, as you can see, I'm seeing all of them. Cool. So now that I have all of these, so I think we need to do the layout they were talking about. So, okay, so now we have to lay them out. So the header will start, I'll close these things. I'll close everything. I'll just keep only the index.html available. So I'll even close this so you can see it better, I guess. So in the so in the body of it, so looks like we have these different sections. So so we'll create a div. So looks like we have the header div. So I'll give it an ID called header. So the header div has a logo. So we will create something like this. We'll put the logo here, and then it has another section, so which has we'll call it, it has the name and expertise, I guess. So front end ninja, Jane Doe, front end ninja, or let's call it profile for now. So there is a logo and a profile, that, and then below that we have, it's just a horizontal rule. So I'll just name it horizontal rule, give it an idea of horizontal rule. And then below that, we have this hero image. So we have a div for hero. So I think we can put something, okay, div for hero, and then we have another div, and the last div has featured work. I'll just call it featured for now. So let's see how when we put something in it, how it looks. So the logo, we'll just call it logo, and then for profile, we'll just say profile. See how the layout looks. So this one is a horizontal rule. I'll just call it, I can actually have a horizontal rule. We'll see how that looks. Actually, let's call it HR for now. We'll call it HR, and for hero, we'll just say hero, and then for featured, I'll say featured. I'll save it, and let me see if I refresh how it looks. Okay. So basically, we have logo, profile, HR, but as you can see, the way they are laid out, they're laid out one below the other. We want logo and profile next to each other. So we want the contents of header to be laid out horizontally. And in the exercises before this final project, they were talking about how using Bootstrap to lay it out. We could do that. We can split it into two, and we can let one of them take half the space and the other one take the other half space. That's one way to do it. So also typically they put everything. They're putting everything in its own. Somehow I can't see the cursor. Oh, the wrong place. So I want to look at the index.html file here, not in the one that is served from, yeah, so I'm here. So here, as you can see, so we want this div, everything here to be horizontally laid out. There are multiple, there are multiple ways of laying it out horizontally. They were showing Bootstrap, but you could use a lot of other libraries. If we do it strictly using HTML, we can use Flexbox and lay them out. So in Flexbox, I have to split it into two. Okay, so let me see if I add a rule to, so basically this is, I'll create a class called row. I won't use Bootstrap. Without using Bootstrap, I'll try to see how this will look. I'll add a class called row, and then in my CSS, let me see if I can have a class called row, which will do nothing but it'll say display flex. So now when I refresh this, what will happen? Yeah. As you can see, logo and profile are now next to each other. So logo and profile are now laid out horizontally. So now what do I want to do is, I want this day, the inside profile. I think we have two things, I think. So logo itself, we have the image. So let's see if I can put the image tag. And image tag, I think I'll say source will be images. I think you can see I have images here. Inside images, inside images, I think there is a logo.png. That will be my image tag. This is how I end it. Okay. Let's see how this looks. If I refresh this, okay. Image is showing up. Profile looks ugly. So anyway, they're horizontally laid out at least, but I think if one of them is laid out left like that, the other one should be laid out here. So within profile, I think we have multiple things within profile. So profile itself is made up of, it has profile itself is made up of name. I think it has a name. So I'll say name. And it has profile itself is made up of name and expertise, I guess. Okay. Save it. Let me refresh it. Okay, name and expertise, but they are not aligned properly and all that stuff. And the font itself, anyway, there are a few problems with it. First, we'll focus on layout and styling later. Styling, by styling, I mean what kind of font we use, how big it is, and stuff like that. So inside name, if I look at the name, I think we have, let's say we have Jane. Okay, so we could do, we wanted to use H1 here actually. Jane, what? Okay. And we wanted to use H3 here. Okay. So let's see how it looks now. Okay, so it looks like that. We need to figure out how to reduce the space between them and all that stuff, all that other good stuff. And let's see how it looks if I expand this. Okay, still looking the same way. So what I want to do now is I need to move these two to the right. So to move this to the right, I can use, I can still use Flexbox. I can set a property on the profile itself to veer it towards the right, to float it towards the right. So how do I do that? Display flex. I flexed it, and inside. Okay. Let's see how it looks. Let me see how it looks in the. So this is how it looks, and the header takes everything. Logo. Okay. So if I say I want to justify this right, I'm trying to see what is the. Okay. So let's look at the CSS tricks. Okay. So basically, we are trying to see um, how do we lay it out to the right using Flexbox. So I have the profile is inside a Flex container already. So that is there. So now I need to figure out how do I lay out at the end, justify content, Flex start, Flex end. Okay. So, okay, that'll put everything at the end. So I need to figure out how to do it. How does profile itself say that, hey, I want to be, there should be a self align, oh, align self, okay. So align self, we could use it, I think. Okay, flex end, flex start. How do I end self? Okay, one thing. So this allows the default alignment or the one specified by align items to be overridden for individual flex items. Please see the align items explanation to understand the available values. Okay. Oops, align items. This defines the default behavior of how flex items are laid out along the cross axis on the current line. Think of it as the justify content version of cross axis. This is what we want. Justify content. What we can do is this logo itself, we can flex it so that it takes up a lot more space. So right now, header is row. If I make this also a row, it will take up whatever space is available. Let me see if that theory holds. So I'll say, hey, this one is also a class row. Basically, I'm saying, hey, flex it all you can. So let me see what that will do. Nah, it didn't work. So we'll use this flex direction row and see what will happen. Let me see if I can add a grow class and see if I want something to, okay, there it is, flex grow. This defines the ability of a flex item to grow if necessary. It accepts a unitless value that serves as a proportion. Okay. So if I set it to 1, Let me see if I set it to 1, what happens. Okay, that kind of is working, but they're not centered, and there are a few other issues with it. But at least it's moving to the right. So if I look at this, then you can see this one is towards the right. So I have a div which is floating right, and then I have a logo that takes up the space before it. So as I reduce the space, yep, it's still floating right, which is what I want. There is an extra div here for some reason. So anyway, so let me go back to the code and see. So actually I can install I should be able to install an extension which will be where I'll be able to start the server here itself. Web server for Chrome. Okay, so I think this should be good. So this way I can start add web server to Chrome. It can exchange data with any device on the local network or internet, displays notifications, write to files. Okay, add app. So I clicked on it, choose folder, current folder. Okay, I'll say this is the folder I want to choose. Okay, so it's at port this one. So I think I should be able to use this. I think. Okay, let me see if I'm able to start. Okay. Yep, there it is. This is what I want. So I'm running a server app, which is an extension. So it will be able to serve it better. So now I can actually map this file. So then I think it'll look, now I should be able to make changes and see them immediately. It will not show those files twice. So this is good. So I'm going to close this. Okay, so now I think we still need to center them vertically, whatever contents are inside this container. So all of these are in this header container. This div is for this, okay? This is for this, this is for this. I don't know where the extra div was showing up. This is for this, okay. So within profile, I think we have it pretty good. So we can adjust the margins for H1 and make them a little closer, I guess, but we will do that later. The basic thing is, okay, we have that, we still need to clean it up. We can actually do it one at a time. So let's go and make sure it looks like this. So now that we have this, so we can always add for name and expertise. I can create a class called uppercase. So basically, we want text inside of here to be uppercase. So for that, I'll say uppercase. Is the property. Okay. There's a property called text transform. Let me see if this works. Yep, it worked. So I applied a class called uppercase, and you can see this. I don't know if I want, so the other thing is, I think the font is looking, okay, so we want to change the font color also to something like 7477704. So I'll go ahead and say, hey, I want all text to be that color, or okay. I'll say in my body color, I want to use a color, the color they gave us. So everything in the body will be of this color. So especially the text that we have. Let's see if that made any difference. Oh, it already changed it. So as soon as I saved it, I didn't even have to refresh it. Wow. Is that right? Okay. Okay, changed it. And then what else? Okay. So we'll just use consistently 2 spaces, 1, 2. Okay. I think to do that, I can go here and go to settings and change it also. Workspaces, preferences. I wonder where that is. Settings, preferences, or tab spaces, default indentation, 2 spaces. Let's let me go through all these things. Show third-party URL badges. Yeah, why not? Panel layout, auto layout, enable control +19 switch to switch panels. Okay. Don't show Chrome data saver warning. Disable pause state. Color format as authored. Actually, there is a dark theme. I don't know where it is, but we'll see. Show HTML comments, reveal DOM node on hover, show rulers. I don't think, why not? Let's see, show ruler. Automatically reveal files in Navigator. Enable JavaScript source maps. Detect indentation, auto completion, bracket matching. Show white space characters. Okay, let's see how it looks with that. Display variable values inline while debugging. Enable CSS source maps. Search in anonymous and content scripts. Okay. Color code resource types. Why not? Group network log by frame. Group network log by frame. I don't know what that is. So preserve log, disable cache. Not a bad idea. Enable request blocking. Okay, I want to see. It's good for testing. High resolution CPU profiling. Record heap allocation stack traces. Show native functions in JS profile. The other things are hide network messages, selected context only, user messages, show timestamps. I like this show timestamps because it shows exactly when the log, when the console log is being written. We'll look at these other ones later. Preserve log upon navigation, link handling, disable JavaScript, disable async traces, auto open DevTools for pop-ups. Okay. Let's see, this workspace is there and black boxing, devices, throttling, shortcut. Okay. Is there a save button? There is no save, so let me close this and see. Okay. So actually I should be able to enable, I thought there is a way to enable Command Shift P, dark theme. Okay, show dark theme. Okay. So now this looks like a real editor now. Okay. I do not know where they use this color. I don't know if they really used it here. Okay. So the other thing is I can also set, I have a row, I have grow, I have uppercase. I can also have in the header, right? I think I have a header. In the header, I can say my font weight is lighter. So that didn't change it. Okay, let me go back and see what header is. Okay, header. Somehow it didn't apply. Oh, only in profile. Because H1 kind of takes precedence over. So basically, H1 and H3 should have a lighter font. I'll go back to my main.css. Instead of this, I'll say I want H1 and H3 to have a lighter font. I think even then it's not light enough like the other ones. So what do you have? Oh, okay. If I do 100, what is it? Can I do 100 and then lighter also? I can only pick one value, I think. So if I make this go back to its original size, okay. Okay, H1 and H3, if the font weight is a little lighter, it looks like that. I don't know if that's exactly what I want, but I'll keep it like that for now. And then Okay. So let's see. The other thing is these are not centered. If I see this, oops. If I look at this, this is not centered vertically, and these things don't have the proper spacing also. So I should be able to go ahead and set the proper spacing. So right now, this one has a margin. If I look at it below, it says it has a margin of 21. I don't know if I need that kind of margin. First of all, let's try to see if we can center this logo in its box. Right now it's not centered. So let me see if I can center it within its box. So if I go back here, I think, so I need to figure out how to center it vertically. So to center it vertically, so right now this is laid out horizontally. So justify content is not it. So I don't want to justify it horizontally. I want to align self. So align self, maybe flex start and center. Okay. Let me try align self on the logo and see if it works. So for the logo, we don't have anything. So I'll say logo. I want to align self and center. There it is. I think it is now centered, as you can see. As soon as I entered center, if you want to see it again, I move it, see that? So it's centering itself now, which is good. I want to do the same thing to the profile section also. So actually, because both of them are using it, I'll just create another class called center vertically, or maybe, yeah. I'll call it center vertically, and then apply this to both the logo and profile. If I refresh it now, it's centered. Both of them are centered. The other thing we don't like is the margins are, for Jane, at least for Jane, I think margin was 21 something. So we want to go and update the margin for that. So ID for H1. Okay, so let's see for H1 if we can change the margin. So for both of them, we'll say let's say the margin is, so let me double check what the margin is before I do this. So margin, there is only a top and a bottom margin. There is no left and right. So I'll just go ahead and set the margin, the top and bottom, to, let's say, 8 pixels or something like that. Let me take out the bottom margin completely. So what is the margin for the logo? The logo has no margin at all. So let me take out the margin for, let's see how it looks. If I take out the margin, so let's say margin, if I say Margin is 0. How does it look? Okay, that's how it looks. Okay, I'll take out the margin for this also. How does it look? Okay, looks a little better or worse. Okay, let's change the margins for these two to margin to 0 for now. I set the margin to 0, and also H1 and H3 are right justified. Align, text align. Text align. Let's say if I say right. Okay. So I'm aligning H1 and H3 to the right, like that. And the other thing is that H1 is really big. So H1, I'll say font size is 60 pixels. Oh, that's huge. Okay. I don't know what the font size there is, but H3 looks relatively smaller. Font sizes for each one of them. I go to elements. H3 and H1. Okay, for H1, what is the 32 pixels. Okay. Make it 48 maybe. That looks pretty big. I compare that with this. It's still pretty small. Compare that with this. On the same size. Content Ninja also looks okay. Okay. They want 60 pixels. Okay. And to change the H1's font size to 60 pixels. Like minimum is 100, so it's not letting me change it. Okay. Okay, so I will get the font later, and then what else? So we have the top header portion done. Now we'll code the. We'll go ahead and add a HR. The header portion, the font. I think we could get a better font, but right now I'll just stick with these fonts. Um, Actually, yeah. So let me code the font a little later. So I'll try to finish the HR. So HR, when I put the HR, it looks like that, but the HR here is using this secondary color. So I'm going to go ahead and add a style for that. So color looks like they want this color, and then it is thicker. So what is it? Border width maybe. Actually, I can check this in the element console here. I can go to HR. I can go to this and see what properties are available for this. There is a border width. What else is available? Line height. So let's say 4 pixels. Makes no difference. Border. Yeah, didn't like it. Border radius. That looks ugly. I'll say border color is again the one that I got earlier. And how does it look? It still looks ugly. Okay, why does it not work? Okay. Instead of HR, maybe we should use a div. Might be easier. So I'm saying stretch this all the way. And then we'll also say grow. Okay, let's see how this looks. Basically, this did nothing. If I say the width is 100%, width is 100, HR color, there's nothing to color, or should it be border color? Okay. So it looks like for HR, I have to set border none, height, and background color. So I'll go back here and then put this back and then say, I'll go to main CSS and I'll say HR. I want no border. I want height. So let's say 5 pixel. And looks like I need background color. Background color. That works. So instead of 5 pixels, I'll change it to 3 pixels. I don't know what they have, but I'll make it 4 pixels. Yeah. I'll always change it later. So that is that part. So we finished the top part without the font. I think maybe I should just go ahead and fix this font. I think in the assignment they used, I forget what font they used, but let me go and see. Google Fonts. Okay, Google Fonts. I think something like Lara or something like that. I think L search LAR or Lato. Lato. Okay, Lato, and then whoa, Lato thin. So C specimen. Okay. If I select this font, what will happen? Okay. So this is the standard way to import. So let me see if I can import this into the header tag. Okay, so I'll use there to be consistent. I'll use something similar to what they used. I just move href in front. Okay, now that is done, so let's getting started. Okay, I selected the entire family. Font family. So I'll apply this to the body, I guess. Body tag is okay. And then, is that right? You maximize this design and see. I still can't make out what they used here. I don't know if they used this color or not. Or if so, where did they use this color? Am I colorblind? So anyway, if I go back here and then say family selected, I selected that family. Oh, I can pick thin 100. Light 300. Let's see if I can change this to light 300. Ah. Okay. So anyway, I think the top portion of it is kind of done, I guess, unless I know the exact font they're using. So yeah, the next part, the horizontal bar is also done, and then they have like margin for the body itself. I can put a div. Oops, this one is not saved. It's still really thin. Okay, this is how you customize it, I think. So looks like the customization tab has more info. I went ahead and picked light 100 and regular 400. Let me see if that makes any difference. Now when I go to use it, I can say My font family is blah, blah, blah. Oops. Let's see. Let's see if there is a good example to use. It's Tangerine, font size, blah, blah, blah. So instead of applying to the entire body, I'll just apply this only to H1 and H3. It looks closer to what they have. Anyway, coming back to this other one. So now that we are done with the top three, the next one, okay, so the other one is, I think these guys have a margin here to the left of this whole thing. Actually, there is a margin to the top, to the right, and the bottom. I'm guessing the margin is like around maybe 32 pixels. So we'll put a margin of 32 pixels around the entire body. So let's say I'll create a, so we'll call this the shell, the app shell, I guess, or the app itself. The around this entire thing, they have a entire app shell. They have a margin of 32, I think. So I'll just go ahead and add that. I think maybe we should make that the first thing actually. So what did we call it? App shell. Okay. So all lowercase app shell, I guess. Let's make it app shell. So for app shell, looks like they have a margin of 32 pixels all around. So we'll put that. Then we'll see. So now it looks a little closer to this. So there is a margin at the top, on the right, and to the bottom. And now the second part of it is this hero image. Let's see the hero image. So we have this hero thing. So that's where we need to put the image. And if you see, okay, the hero image, I think there is a top margin and a bottom margin for it. So for hero, so let's go ahead and add a top and a bottom margin. So looks like the margin is around 16 pixels. So I'll say, hey, hero, will give you a margin um, top and bottom of 16 pixels, and there is 0 pixels for left and right. So as you can see now, it's better spaced. So not only that, the hero is again another image. So we'll go ahead and put another image tag here. And the source will be, again, we'll get it from images. So if you go to images, okay, the images has, I think, okay, hero.png is what we called it. So hero.png. I don't know if image has a n tag. I don't think it has it, but I'm going to go ahead and put it. Let me see. HTML image tag. So HTML image element represents an image document, blah, blah, blah. Border, cross origin, anonymous, credentials. I just want to make sure it's a self-closing one. Yeah, I don't think I need to give it an end tag, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and change the code. We had the image tag here also. This is not needed. Okay. So now if I do this, it's showing the image tag. Okay. As you can see, it's not taking up the entire space. So let's say we say this is a class equals row. So if I do this, it's still not taking the entire space. Okay, it's not flexing the entire way. So let's see if it has any properties to make it flex the entire row. So let's make it responsive. So there is nothing responsive about it. Actually, brand new image tags. So let's see. HTML image tag represents global attributes, image element. Okay, there is this picture element. Let me see what this is about. Oh, this is an experimental technology. If we didn't put this alt tag earlier, we'll go ahead and add this alt tag so that if the image doesn't load, they will know what alt means. Um, what is this called? Logo. Now I'll give it a dummy name like that. This one will be a hero image. So we'll figure out how to make it responsive in a little while. But before that, let me go ahead and fix this part of it, the featured work part of it. I don't think this Jane Doe, the color matches this color. I think it's just like normal color. So I don't think I have to change that. I wonder where they changed, where they added this color. I wonder if this is where they put the color. Anyway, I can't tell if this is green enough. Anyway, so if I expand this, what will it happen? Yeah, that looks green. That doesn't look like that. So maybe, definitely this is not that greenish color. Let me change the color of this one and see if it makes any difference how it looks. I'll go back to main.css, and I think somewhere we are setting the color, body color. Okay, let's change that. Let's see. I think if I compare that color with this one, Anyway, I think the color, I don't know if I got the thinnest color or there's some difference. I can't really tell, but right, I'll assume that I got this color right for now. I'll look at the colors a little later. So for me, this body thing, remove that. Anyway, so this I need to make this image responsive. So let's see if there is any other way to make my image responsive. HTML, IMG, and responsive. How do I make that? Responsive web design images. Bootstrap images. Making an image responsive, simplest way for responsive images. Responsive images in CSS. Okay, let's see if there is something here. Okay, that's a wrap for responsive. Let's see if there is something here also. Responsive images. Why responsive images? Okay, in this article, we learn the concept of responsive images. Images that work well on devices with widely different resolutions. Okay. I want to see. So they're using this source set. We don't want to use the source set. At least for this assignment, we want the browser to resize the image for us instead of downloading a different element. If you're supporting multiple display resolutions, but everyone sees your image at the same real-world size on the screen, you can allow the browser to choose an appropriate resolution image by source set with X descriptions and without sizes. A somewhat easier syntax. You can find an example of what this looks like in screen resolution set. In this example, the following CSS is applied to the image so that it will have a width of 320 pixels on the screen. In this case, sizes is not needed. The browser simply works out what resolutions the display is that it is being shown on and serves the most appropriate image referenced in the source set. So if the device accessing the page has a standard low resolution display with one device pixel representing each CSS pixel, with 320 W JPEG will be loaded. The one times is implied, so you don't need to include it. If the device has a high resolution of 2 device pixels per CSS pixel or more, Elva Fairy 6W 640 with JPEG will be loaded. The 640 pixel image is 93 KB, whereas the 320 is 39 KB. There are several exciting new image formats such as WebP and JPEG that can contain a low file size and high quality at the same time. However, browser support is spotty. Picture lets us continue catering to older browsers. Active learning, implementing your own responsive images. It doesn't tell me how to do it. Let's look at the example. Okay, in this example, it looks like this. So let me see if I can put it in a device mode. Or hmm, how did you do this? Max with 100%. Margin 0 auto layout. What? So they are at 800 with big thing, and then that becomes smaller, but it never grows more than 800. But that's not what we want. Or is that what we want? So basically, I have to take another screenshot of this image, which will be much, much bigger. This is in a PDF view. So looks like these images are humongous. Okay, I give up on this. I'll just go back to Bootstrap and see how they do it. Bootstrap. So we want responsive images, which is IMG responsive, I think. Yep. We'll just use IMG responsive to lay out, to make it responsive. Okay, to do that, I have to go here, and then I have to say, I remember what typography means. I'll say toggle all. And I'll say what I need is, I don't need the grid system. Actually, I can get the grid system also. I think we got typography. I don't know what typography means. I'll check out typography in a minute. And then I don't need any button groups. I don't need any badges, pager, pagination, thumbnails, alerts, progress bars. I don't know what this responsive embed is. So let me go to CSS and see what all I need. Oh, typography. What is typography? Oh, so this is the H1, H2 thing, I guess. Okay. I don't think I use the typography any, so I think I should be able to skip typography. And then what else? Grid system, maybe I need the grid system and responsive utilities. So what is responsive utilities? IMG responsive images. Okay, is there images? Okay, where is it? Which section is it fall under? Images. Is there nothing called images, glyph icons, button groups, input, nav bar, breadcrumbs, pagination, pager, labels, thumbnails, alerts, progress bars, media items, responsive embed. Is there anything called responsive embed? Carousel, modal, popover, tooltip, dropdown, component animations. Oh, I could do this. Let me see if I can set these properties and I can do it myself. So to make an image in Bootstrap, that's what they're doing. So I'll say my image has all these properties. Its max width is, height is auto, and display is block. If I do that, what happens? Nothing happens to my image. So my image is there. Okay. Responsive images. Images in Bootstrap 3 are made responsive friendly via the addition of image responsive class. This applies max width of 100%, height auto, display block to the image. So I'm thinking it'll scale down fine, I think. So let's see. If I make it smaller, does it resize? There it is, it's resizing. And I make it smaller. But it's not big enough. So I need to get a really big image for the hero image, I guess. And then they'll scale properly. Or I can just center this thing. So let me just center it, center the hero and see. Or I can actually get the bigger image. So I can actually get this bigger image and use this image instead of that one. So this one is big enough. Okay. So I will use this. I'll say this is my hero image. Hero, oops. Hero. I will. I'll go ahead and move this. I moved it. And now let me see how it looks. Yep. Now when I do this, it's resizing. The only thing is it's only this big, so I need to center it. So let me figure out how to center it. So I'll go back to sources and then I want to center this, especially when it's this big, I want to center it properly. So if I see what we are doing, so I have hero and row, so it's taking up the entire space. I just want, so this is display flex, and then what are the CSS properties I have? So grow. Okay. I have that. So if I wonder if I apply grow, what will happen to the image? Ah, so it flexes it. So do I really need these CSS properties? So only thing is it's not becoming smaller. I do this, I think it shrinks also. It grows and shrinks. So if this is a row, and if I don't shrink this, I have a shrink property here, and I also shrink it. Will it shrink it? Let me comment out this. Now I want to apply the shrink, grow and both shrink. What will happen? Doesn't like that. Okay, so for now I'll just use this. I'll have to figure out a better way to handle it. What does border box here do? Box sizing. Okay, let's see. Anyway, I'll have to revisit this later. Hmm. Hmm. Anyways, and to figure out how to resize this properly, this one is increasing the height as it goes up, which is nice. So the image is not responsive enough yet, so I need to figure out how to make it nice. So for now, what do we have? So I'm saying the user can put it in a row. So if I take the row out, what will happen? This is what we want, right? Okay, I can just make the width of this 100, and then so there is a way to save it here itself. How do I save it? Insert style rule below. New style rule. Wait. Okay, so basically, let's go and fix it. So I said I removed this class grow from here. And then I'm saying the width of image source is 100%. So I'll go to main source and max width. What's when I increase it, it goes, it keeps on increasing. Okay. This is the behavior I want. So anyway, so the width is nicely going up and down. So instead of calling this, I'll call it img-responsive. Applies to images right now. So I'll say I'll add a class equals img-responsive basically I implemented my own IMG responsive because I don't want to load a big bloated library like Bootstrap. So it appears to be working okay, but this one is messed up now. I don't know what change I made there. So this is in the for some reason I commented out that. Okay. So it still works. The thing is, this image is not growing any. I don't know if that's what we want, but here it's becoming bigger. Everything is becoming bigger. Okay. So, but anyway, so we'll just focus on the image part of it for now. So that's it, and then now we'll go to the featured section of it. The featured work is a H3, I guess, or H2. So we are done with this image part of it. Now we'll go to the featured, and there is a H3 here, H3, sorry, H2, and it's called featured work. Featured work H2. So let's see. Okay, it's showing up as featured work H2, but the styling is a little messed up. I think it needs to follow that font, I guess. Let's see if we can apply the font to H2. So for H2, I think font family. Okay, this font dash weight. It has a nicer weight, I think. I don't think it's taking any of these others. 600. Anyway, so maybe this one is that 400 one, I guess. So let me go and download the font again. And this is the style sheet. And let me go and apply this. So this one is not word wrapping. So let me go and fix the word wrapping part of it first. Settings, Control F, word wrap. Word wrap. Oh, elements word wrap. So somehow this is not working. So let me see. Control Shift P. Word. Disabled on show network conditions. Enable DOM word wrap. Basically, I don't know how to do that, so we'll just leave it at this. So going back here, there are two fonts. I think let's say apply this 400 here. I don't know if it makes any difference. Did not. It's supposed to be 400 here. What? What? So latter 400 has no effect on anything. No difference. No difference. So if I take this out, oh, okay, 400. So this is how I apply the font, I think, to the family. Okay, but oh, I need to give both. So what if I say 600 now? I don't know why it's taking it here and not in the other place. So I'll leave it at 400. I'm gonna see. Yeah, it looks 400-ish for H2. So what if I change this to something simple? Won't take it. What if I do 500? What if I do 800? Anyway, I don't know what it is. If I take it out, it won't work. If I put 400 or anything, it's working. I wonder if it's using sans serif here instead of Lato. So font weight 400. Okay, and then it has this lighter texture, I guess. So I wonder, I don't know if this works. Font weight, can I do lighter? Eh? Oh, not lighter. Disabled. Is that the color? Okay. So let's see if I do color. Color, I think they have given the color already. So let me go and see what the color is. This one is BCC, whatever the second one. Okay, it doesn't look like this. If I do Lotto, it's doing it. If I put anything else, it's not. Let me see what this is to begin with. Did we even get it right? So computed styles. Font family, Lotto 400. Need to figure out how to get this feature to work. Font right. So right now it doesn't look the same. This is the 100% one. So it's still not the same. Looks like there is some space before this. I'm guessing for H2, looks like not only the color is changed, there is some, what is it with this lotto thing? I'll go ahead and add a margin to the left of 8 pixels. Looks decent enough. It looks like, so they have a margin here, so this matches that. And the next section is the three more pictures. So let's see, let's go to that section. So this is the featured work. We have featured work, there's a heading, and then there are images, 3 images, I guess. So we'll open a section for the images. We'll say div, I'll give it an ID. We'll say images for a lack of better word. And they'll end the tag. So here, I think each of these has an image, some text, and it has a link. So 3 things. So the images themselves have ID equals multiple rows, multiple columns. So I'll call it img column 1. So img column 1, so each of it has the first thing that is there is an image, and they're all laid out vertically and they're all centered. So I will say, so the first thing, they have an image, so I think we can say image src. So I'll just put it in a div, ID equals image 1. And they have inside of this, they have below image, they have like a description, I think, or a title, image title. So we'll say image title 1. Title 1. And then below that, they have like a link. So we'll say image link. We'll suffix it with 1 so we know what we are dealing with. So let's see how this looks. Okay, so we have the image, email title 1, and image title link 2. And then we have 3 of these, but let's fix this first, and then we can copy the rest. So we have we'll put a img tag, and we'll say we'll get it from images. The first one, if we look here, is Appify. So actually, I can make this smaller. Okay. So the first one is Appify images, appify.png, and the title also says it is Appify. And then the link, it's a anchor tag, so we'll make it an anchor tag. And I think we'll have the same as this one. Title is Appify. Let's see how it looks. Yeah. Looks half decent. It's nothing is centered. And I think we can always use the class called uppercase to uppercase this. Let's see if that works. Yep, it still works. So we have the link and everything. I think the link has the disabled color, and Appify is pretty big, so I think we need to fix the font for this. So, and then I think we can create a new class called secondary color or something like that. So we can apply that to H2 and others. So let's say we'll have a secondary color class, and that basically colors anything with this. Actually, we can cut that and paste it here. And then we'll go back and fix the H2s. We'll give it a class equals secondary color. So we give it a secondary color, and anchor tags all have this secondary color. So we'll give this also that color. And then now let's refresh it and see. So both of them have this color now, which is good, which is what we want. Actually, if you see below featured work, there is a huge margin. I think we need to fix that also. I think the margin for H2, if we set it to 0, the bottom margin, how does it look? The pixel. It's literally kissing it, so we'll give it, I don't know how many pixels that is. Let's say we'll give it 8 pixels. And originally how many pixels it was, but yeah, we'll give it 8 pixels. So let's go and fix that first. I'll go to sources and go to main, and for H2 we have a margin left, and we also have a margin bottom of 8 pixels. It still looks good, and looks like the font for Appify is pretty big. And Sunflower is pretty big. Anyway, Appify is as big as H2. So we can make Appify H2 also. Okay. And the anchor tag font is pretty small relative to that. So if I scroll down, yeah, this is H2, then this is like almost half of it. Maybe this is just a simple paragraph tag. So either way, let's see if we can make Appify H2 also. So this one will say it's an H2. In this case, I think it's taking the oh, this is actually centered, I think. So there is no left margin for H2. Maybe there is a top and bottom of a little bit. Okay, so no, that is not true. Okay, so what we will do for Appify, we'll create a class. Instead of using this, we will create a class called image title. And then we'll borrow some of the H2 stuff. Or we can just call it featured work. And apply this to featured work. So margin left. About margin left. So let's say margin. We want a top and bottom, and we don't need left and right margins. So let's see. 8 pixels is too much, I think. Oh, we didn't apply this to a. I need to apply this style to the image. Instead of calling this, I'll say class is image title. Okay. Now we need to center everything here. So inside column. So inside column, inside this image column, I need to center everything. So I have to create another class. Let me go and create another class. In this column, in this column, I want to center everything. So if I lay it out vertically, so let me go back. Let me go back to the CSS stuff. So this establishes the main axis, thus defining the direction flex items are placed in a flex container. So we will say we want to, instead of row, we want column. So let's see if that works. So I want to display flex, want flex direction, column. I want to lay everything out in a column, and then so I don't want to lay them out horizontally. I want to lay them out vertically. Items are centered along the line. Okay, how does this work? Flex start, flex, and items are packed towards the end of the line. Align items center. In the container itself, maybe I can try align items center and see what happens. Okay. This is the container. I'll say align items center and see what happens. Refresh this. Okay, did something. At least the contents of image are centered. So I need to fix the anchor text font. I think it's small enough, but I don't know. Okay. So let me add the other columns also. We might have to tinker with some more, but let me go ahead and add other images. So for image two is sunflower. So I'll go ahead and add sunflower. And it's called sunflower. And then the link is also sunflower. Sunflower. Okay. Image three is bouquet. And the title is also bouquet. And the link is also bouquet. Everything is bouquet. So let me refresh and see how it looks. Oh, so entire thing. So what did we do? Okay, so this images row class needs to be fixed. Basically, I think right now it's laying everything out everywhere. So what we can do there is, so basically we want them to be laid out horizontally. So that means they're supposed to be in a row. Okay, that fixes that. The thing is, again, font is too big. Okay, so all these images have to be let me add the style they have. They had a style. Everything they want. Order 1 and red. We'll change the images to be responsive and see how that behaves. It makes no difference. Okay, so the images are not squeezing. I wonder if there are any properties for this hero. Let me see. Hero just has a margin, that's it. Okay. Okay, this one, the row itself is this big, but row itself is this big.
max width is 100%. Nothing. If I say width is 100%. So if we change, what is grow? Grow is flex grown. If I say I want style equals width 100%, I won't be able to use the other stuff. Then I can't say class equals grow. Both of them do it. Okay. If I say class is row, but all these are grow, they're not able to squeeze themselves into that space. So let's see, how do we give equal space
for each one of them. This is the shorthand for flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So basically, the width of it nothing doing. How can we squeeze them inside? Let's see what they did. So they have a flex container that's going horizontally. That's what we want. So I don't want it to wrap. Okay, so if I do this, no wrapping. Okay. List style none, padding 0. Okay. Flex item. item itself has a width and a height. Instead of having width and a height, and the margin top and the line height. Flex item. I want the flex item to flex, so I'll say flex 1, 1. What? So now if I shrink, okay. Peering is not working out of margin. Okay, so maybe flex 1, 1. Let's see. We can use that. So what we want to do is we want to flex these within that container. Okay, so let's see. And then we want to flex the stupid things. Image column. So, okay. So I want to go and change the image column. Image column. And I want it to have flex 1, 1. At least within its parent, it's going to be, it's either going to expand or shrink. And this image column's parent is row, and row is 100%. So let's see if this works any. Barely. Nah, it is not working. So image column is not. So let's see. Image column has a div. So Hmm. The text will not wrap. Okay, the text is not wrapping for some reason, so let's see. I think to wrap the text inside of a div. Oh, this is like an anchor tag, I think. Right? Anchor tag. So basically, wrap text in anchor tag. Really? Inline block. Okay, let's try these and see. Basically, we want to break the word. So let's see. Inspect this and see if there is any property word break. Break all. Break one. So looks like word break might work. Break all. So I need to look at help for this. Okay. Let's see MDN help for this. MDN word break. Is that what it is? Word break. Okay. Word break. Normal, break all, keep all. Use the default line break rule. Break all. Word breaks may be inserted between any character for non-CJK text. Don't allow word breaks.
Okay, we'll go with this break all. So we have, I'll add another CSS property called break all. Let's stick with the original style for break all. So we want to break this text. So for anchor tags. So anchor tag, secondary color, break. Should I call it word break? Okay. What else is left? Okay, so there is some padding to the right and left. There is some space between. So I thought there is a space between, but it doesn't start exactly at left. So I think only the first one. Only the middle one should have margins maybe. So the middle image needs margins. So this column, I can say this. For extra margin, I don't know what this is. So looks like it's at least 16. So I'll say, oops, margin. We don't care about top and bottom. So I'll just say I'll have a margin. Top and bottom, we don't care. We only care about left and right. So I'll say that. Let's see what happens. Now, if I go ahead and comment out this border, how does it look? Okay. It looks almost close to this one, except for this looks good here also. Amplify sunflower bouquet. This Jane font looks close enough. I don't know if we should make this image responsive also, but right now this is good enough. So that's what this assignment is. Let me see what other things they have that I might have missed here. So project description. Oh, okay. We need to do HTML validator. So we have extra styles that Let me see if I have extra styles. The shrink style, I don't think I used it anywhere. So let me see. Shrink is not used anywhere, so I'll get rid of the shrink style. And this border box, yeah, I'll leave the comment there for now. Just tab it, so it's a little nicer, and then that's it, I think. So if I need to run it with the HTML5 validator style guide, okay, so let's see what they're talking about. Okay, style guide, I think we followed everything in the style guide. Oh, I forgot to add the meta chart set, so I'm going to go ahead and add that. It should be the first line in the header tag, typically. So page title, head, article. This is an article, okay. Don't have any clicks or anything like that. We have alt, okay. We don't have alt for all the images. So if I have an image tag like this, I need to have something. Okay, alt equals fine. What's the next one? Alt equals sunflower, alt equals bouquet, B-O-K-E-H. Okay, this one has it. Oops. Oh, alt hero image. This one is there. Okay, all of them have it now. So what else? Separation of concerns. Type attributes. I think it's properly spaced. Okay. So what else? Oh, HTML validator. So let's see what this HTML validator thing is. Oh, I need to copy my HTML here and see. Law from 61 column 13 to 61 column 8. Ah. I don't need the anchor tags. Okay, don't need that. I don't need that. Okay, what else? Okay, no errors or warnings to show. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to do the CSS validator. I think looks like as per this one, looks like I named some of it wrong. So maybe I shouldn't have a front end ninja at all. But, as a H3, maybe it should be a simple div. So let's see if I correct it, will it work is the question. So instead of this, can I just make it a div, and will it fix the problem? Yep, that fixed it, but I don't know how it will end up looking if I make it a div instead of an H3. Don't like it. Okay, let me go and fix this code. Div ID access expertise. If I go to the main CSS, there's no H3. Instead of that, there is expertise. Okay. That kind of fixes it. So that one is done. No more errors. Thinks it all looks good. So the next one is the CSS validator. Let's see what the CSS validator is about. For the CSS validator, so I'll go and copy the CSS here. Check. Sorry, we found the following errors. Property doesn't exist. Border box. Property border sizing. Box sizing. Darn it. Okay. Yes, let me copy this once more. Copy. Oops, where is it? Okay. Check. Congratulations, no errors were found. Blah blah blah. To show your readers that you've taken care of to create and display this icon page that validates. Here is the HTML. Okay. Okay, looks like it passed, and let's go to this project rubric. In project rubric, so let me take a 5-minute break, and I'll come back in a minute. Okay, coming back to the rubric. So the rubric says, so let me expand, let me increase the font size. So the rubric design page does not include at least 4 images, title text, paragraph text, or a logo. Page at a minimum includes at least 4 images, title, text, regular paragraph text, and a logo. No div tags are without a class or ID. Okay, let me see. Div tags. Okay, this one is good. So page at a minimum includes at least 4 images, title. So there are 4 images, title, regular paragraph text, and the logo. The page structure can be interpreted from the DOM. Student utilizes a grid-based layout such that the body has element that serves as a container for rows and columns. Okay. All content is responsive and displays on all devices, desktop, mobile, and tablet. Let me see if that is true. So I'll go here and let me refresh. That one looks ugly. Galaxy S5, Nexus 5X, Nexus 6P, 5. Anyway, it looks okay. Test code with Chrome Developer Tools device emulation by right-clicking on the page, inspect element, on the rectangle. Okay, all content should be rendered on all 3 devices. It is not acceptable to hide content such as project images on mobile devices. Oh, viewport meta tag should be included in the HTML. Okay, I forgot to add the viewport meta tag. Viewport, huh? Don't remember what it is, so I'll go and search for it. Name is viewport. Content. Content is width is device width. Width is device width. And initial scale equals 1. I don't know if this is the correct meta tag, but so we'll add this maximum scale also to 1 to prevent zooming in. Hey, iPhone 6. The sizes are different. Because we added, so this is not what we want, because we added a style extra margin. So if I take this out, so okay, I wonder if it is because of the sunflower name. So let's see. If I reduce that sunflower to just say sun FL, I wonder what happens. No change. Normal device, they all look equal size. So what is happening? So let's look at sunflower and what's wrong with sunflower. Sunflower. So, okay, sunflower. This is sunflower. IMG responsive, and this is Amplify. So let's say if I change this to Amplify, what will happen? Even then the middle one is changing. So let's see if I can take this out completely and see what will happen. Sunflower word itself is too big. Okay, that one also needs a word break, I think. So break all, apply break all to this one. And to apply break all to H2 itself. So if I do this, there it is. So on a mobile device, how does it look? On a mobile device, it looks small. It has a link. I wonder if that has to be responsive also. What does IMG responsive do? Okay. If I apply IMG responsive instead of break all, doesn't do anything to it. So what does IMG responsive do? Height is 100%. Oh, width is 100%. Height is auto. Displays block. It is not doing anything. I think that's what H1 in the other areas does, I think. So maybe the bootstrap one will auto scale even the text. H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. Let's see what they do. Okay. Ah. When we are changing the font size dynamically. Okay. Okay, so where's the in that CSS file, check H1. Oh, they cut down margin bottom to 0.5. And this one to 32 plus 8, 38. Font size to 38. No, 32 plus 8 is 40 pixels. What else do they have? H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. I don't know where they're changing the size of it. H1 is not being changed. I don't see it being changed dynamically. I see like 5 occurrences of it, that's it. No dynamic changes for that. Wonder if it's being changed somewhere else. Bootstrap reboot CSS. Let me take a look at it once more. Let me check if there are any media queries. Media print. medium min width container. I see a bunch of container things, but I don't see anything for H1 yet. It's mainly padding related stuff. So column small, it has some other stuff. I don't have anything, I don't see anything specific for H1. Let me see if there is a way to scale H1. Responsive H1 tag, okay. I'm creating a site and want it to be responsive. So, however, H1 tag on privacy page and about page come out of the container or small mobile devices. The word is too large. We have to reduce the font size based on the device. Anything smaller than, let's say, iPhone 6, I guess, 414. Huh? So even like 640. Maybe add two breakpoints, one for 640 and 440, and reduce the font size for Jane and this one. Okay. So at media, screen equals max width equals max width equals let's say 640 pixels. Is it colon or then H1? And for H1, I want to change the font size. Let's say 32 pixels. For H2, I want to change the font size 24 pixels. H3, I want to change. Oh, there's no H3 anymore. We don't have any H3. Let's see if we have any H3. No H3. Instead of H3 for front and the media. I wonder if this should be a P. I wanted a paragraph. Okay, for Appify. What is Appify? That's image title. Oh, H2 really. That is 32. This can be 16 maybe. Okay, that kind of fixes the problem, I guess. So if I go to an iPad, still looks okay. If I go to a iPhone 5, it doesn't look okay. Adding the break call is not a bad idea. And add break call to all of them. This one, and Amplify. It's decent enough. Okay. So what else? So getting back here. All content should be rendered on all three devices. Viewport meta tag must be included in HTML if HSS is used. Example, the student uses classes provided to make images responsive. Otherwise, the student uses media queries to ensure the images respond to size changes. Okay. Portfolio completely separates structure from design. Okay. Let me see if I used any style tags. That's it. Okay, which is good. There should be no style elements in the document. Code is formatted with consistent, logical, blah, 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 style guidelines. Rules.
Acquired rows. Okay, next. What? Done. Okay, the project intro to HTML and CSS is completed. So I'm going to stop the recording now.